Hey, um, hopefully y'all can hear me okay. Might turn down the music a touch. But hey, happy Saturday. Good to see you guys. I'm ready. I think I swear the 10 minutes is just a touch too long for me. But good to see you guys. Let's see. Oh hi. Oh hi guys. Oh, I have my thing still that says the mic is on. It's not bad, but we probably don't need that. Welcome. Actually, I have to move my chat here. You guys are doing well. So, I didn't work on this picture at all since last time I streamed. So, unfortunately, we still have to draw hands today. Hopefully it's not gonna be too hard. I hope. We did them flats though, but we still gotta do the like weapon, which I imagine is not actually gonna be very difficult. Are you actually sponsored by DeviantArt? No, it's actually we're actually sponsored by DeviantArt. Thank you for reminding me to tell you guys. But yeah, I'm a part of the DeviantArt collective, so they are sponsoring my streams this month. Oh, I realized my razor is not turned on. Let me fix that. I'm at the Calm's Twitter. Oh yeah. No, Calm is insane. In like the best way. Turn on razor. So my shortcuts actually work. Yeah, it's pretty awesome that DeviantArt is sponsoring me. Pretty cool. So yes, I also get to like plug my gallery. That's what you think. Maybe. I don't know. Alright, there we go. Thank you, Dark Swine. Alright. Spots are looking great. Well, thank you. No, DeviantArt actually has done some recent updates, so it's kind of neat to see. I feel like I still remember like the old green color. I think you could still choose to have the green color. Hey Mythos. Also hey Krugal. Alright, so I'm trying to decide. We probably draw the hands. We also wouldn't go wrong if we wanted to draw the weapon now. I think. Yeah, we could probably do that. I also could probably merge some of these like line layers. You say both? You will not obey? Are you talking about my shirt? Yeah, we'll garbage this layer because that's just for like the actual little mitt line. We need that. We can merge that down. Yeah, we'll merge all this. Please, not a mistake. Maybe. Merging the line layers, yeah. It's always a little like stressful. I always like go through them and I'm like, all right, is this one a keep line? Like this. We probably don't need the backup of that. That was just in case I didn't like the little knot, but The knot's fine. Laces. Yeah, we don't need that either. Garbo, get that out of here. All right, and we can name our liars. We can name our lines. No one asked, but I'm proud to say. Oh, you got 2 job offers yesterday? And one of the jobs is the one you wanted? Dude, congrats, Halo Mateo. That's awesome. Congratulations. Are you going to, you think you're gonna take it? Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. A good position to be in. Sorry, I'm just naming the layers because we're at that phase in the picture where it's beneficial. Thank you, Zomber. Hopefully that's not like too loud, or hopefully it's not too quiet. Hopefully it's a good balance. I've adjusted them. I help. Isn't loud. Yeah, I don't want it to be loud, but I want you to be able to hear it. Perfect. I see, I see. Unacceptable? Good volume? Okay. Good, that was the one I was worried about. Rope. I could probably merge that one to like... Yeah, I could probably merge that down. Merge those two. All right. Here we go. I'll remember what this is. I have no idea what this layer is. Oh, this is the old lines. Okay, so we can just trash that too. Okay. We need to name the sketch layers, but we will hold off. I don't think it's like important. We'll see. I also need to sketch out some clouds. We'll draw the weapon, then the hands. Sorry. I feel like I articulate a lot of those things that I'm about to do, but I find it is helpful for me to just stay on track, you know? The Game of Thrones characters and then kill them off one by one. You know, I like that idea. Are coming along pretty well, learning a lot. Oh, good to hear. That's what you want, right? I'm like kind of feeling like Lazy Nazumi isn't turned on, but I know it is. It is on. I'm not feeling it so much today. Green will be the biggest challenge, but that's a ways off yet. Still working on the modeling. I see. They're pretty cute drawn. It's kind of funny. I kind of wanted Ramona's lips to not be as juicy as the others, but I couldn't resist. Could not resist the juice. Doggos have no lips. Yeah. She do though. Okay, that's actually not the worst. Not the worst. I feel like I want to do more pictures now of Ramona because I finished that other one and I don't know. She just doesn't have very many, so it just would be nice. What? Hmm. Dogs do have a bottom lip though. Yeah. The dog that she's based on always had a very pouty bottom lip. It was pretty funny. Hmm. It's coming back to me now on how I originally did this part. Yeah, I am optimistic I'll finish this picture today. I mean, we still have to figure out the shading, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's going to be very difficult. Or at least time consuming. Portions. I don't think I do for this. Yeah, I don't think I do for this. But it's something I've thought about making in the future. Are you gonna finish a picture too today? Um, but yeah, I think there are some of my pictures where I started, I guess, at the very beginning, so people could see that. But they're probably just somewhere deep in the VODs. It's been so long. Didn't you finish a picture like just the other day? Yeah, like I thought you finished that picture with like pyrite the other day. I'm gonna undo this because I'm afraid I'm gonna use a new layer. You didn't finish it? I could have sworn you did. Hey Fusion, good to see you. Thank you, Troy, for following. Yeah. So you did finish something recently. 11 days ago. That's pretty good for me. Thanks, Big Destiny. Managed to sit down, hopefully. My gut behaves and lets me enjoy the stream. Uh-oh, I'm sorry to hear your gut's not feeling well. A long time. It's pretty good for me. How does one go about buying them? Oh, very alright. If you'd like to buy one, you can go to my shop. Thank you for your interest. I need to buy myself some because I bought myself a size too big. And they were like the early mock-ups. So can confirm shirts are dope. Aw, thank you, Fusion. Destiny. Yeah, hopefully they all sound good. You're wearing yours right now? Aw. Thank you. Thank you, Mango Zombie, for following. Also, I feel like fine. Don't worry about it. You need Shrek size shirts? Um, they can get pretty large, I think. Oh my gosh, please. These are the... Find these straight lines, though. What a way to start your stream. Oh, you know what I could do? This would make it easier. Using the textured brush. XL available right now? Oh my gosh. I'm struggling with these lines. I'm just gonna... I didn't want to. I'm gonna sketch it out though. Didn't want to do it. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Fusion. It should work as long as the I believe it is. All right. I don't like it. Hmm. All right. I might just need to resketch a lot of it. We'll see. Probably should have tried to warm up. How about that? Probably should have warmed up. Hey, Mega Explosion Man. It's true. Hey, Stagwood. Good to see you. Thank you. Hey, Scott. Oh my goodness. Fusion. Gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much. Grats, Dizzy. Unskilled Decipher? Or Unskilled D-Boss? And Phantom Flask? And Kaijin Man. Grats, y'all. A boss. I know. He had one song in this album that was like, I feel like the closest we had to like Pink Guy again. Yeah, thank you so much, Fusion. I really appreciate that. Health was one of the best. Yeah. It was pretty funny. Thanks, MV. Also, I feel like if I sound like I'm talking weird or my lips look strange, which nobody's gonna notice this probably, but I'm gonna let y'all know because I'm feeling uncomfortable. I bit my lip the other day, so it's like hurts really bad. And so I feel like I'm always like, ugh, ugh. Um, so yeah, letting y'all know. I hate biting my lip. Not intentionally. I was munching into like a sushi and then I just chomped my lip and I was like, I'm gonna regret this in a week. And it's been a week. And I regret it now. For fun. Hello. Lip sushi? I know. Thank you, Fusion. No, no, it didn't become painful pretty much until like a week. And then I'm now in the week. It'll probably take another week for it to finally heal. So like whenever I bite my lip, I like ultra regret it because I'm like, should just try to be more careful eating my food. What am I doing? Got too aggressive. I hate that. I bite my tongue every once in a while really bad and gotta slow down. Ugh. Yeah. It's no good. Yeah, and it does take me like 2 weeks to heal. At least. I've bit my finger once, like eating a french fry once. I'm like, what's wrong with me? The hunger. Well, it's like it's surprising when you bite your hand or something like you were actually about to munch something like food. Like that's a that's no joke. Delete this. You stapled your finger once. Was it on accident, I hope? Or by mistake? Automod hates that. Oh, your kidneys are screening. Well, that's what the cheap sweet wine will do to you. You know, good for some reasons, bad for others. Like, I find I'll usually get a headache with my cheap wine if I go too crazy. Bit a tiny piece of my tongue off once. Ugh. See, I've never actually, like, I don't think I've ever bit my tongue. Maybe, like, the sides of my tongue, but I've never just been like, you know? But, like, my uncle, he's bit his tongue, like, in the middle so hard, there was, like, a hole in it for a minute. So it's like, I don't know how you do that. How do you get the skull rex ray? Not really something I have yet. Um, but maybe it's something I could do. I'd like to kind of not redo that picture, but maybe do like a follow-up or something. Um, just because that picture I think was from 2018, so it'd be fun to do again. That yo, that much in a hurry. GPU is dying, screen is flickering. Uh-oh. Yeah, biting your tongue is no good. It's where the red wine comes back in the bloodbath of biting fingers. Okay. Well, that looks okay to me. Um, not so much. Yeah, not so much. I have like a pretty wide mouth. Um, and so that's not really a problem. It's usually I'll just bite myself like at the front of my lips. So whenever I get like these like I don't know, I guess there aren't they canker sores? The like mouth injuries, I guess, or that's what they develop into, or there's another name from that begins with like an A. Um, but it's like I'll also get them if I'm like aggressively brushing my teeth and just like hit my gums somewhere. It sucks. It makes me so mad. I'm like, I should just be more careful. Now I'm gonna regret this for 3 weeks. I don't think so. I think it's like AP. Let me find it. It's a deficiency in the saliva. That's it. The aphthitis ulcers. That's it. Yeah. Small, shallow lesions. Ugh. Yeah. Lesions is one of those words that's like, it's not good. A lesion is not good. Or like slough. That's another term. Like when you're like flesh sloughs off. That's also not a great word. A Swedish spelling. I see. Yummy. Yeah, I have heard about the stress. Yeah, when they just happen out of the blue, that always sucks. But you can't control those ones, I guess. So. Thank you guys for following, by the way. Oh no. I remember when I was a dental assistant, there was this one time. The poor person. I don't know how I would like exist with that many of like the like lesions, but like better for the mouth, right? And you got your like little bones, and then that would be like, this drawing's looking a little weird. Hold on, let me draw the teeth. All right, we're looking up at the upper jaw, right? Anyway, more teeth. Blah blah blah. There's your uvula, right? Just covered in like those like lesions and pain. It looked so uncomfortable. I think I just couldn't exist. My mouth pain, whenever this happens, I like just don't want to exist for a moment. I'm like, it's just so painful. It makes me feel like a big baby, because I am. But, I couldn't imagine. Oh, really? I think I have heard that, like, they can get worse if you have, like, autoimmune problems as well. Contusion. I love art, but I struggle with digital though. I mean, that's okay. If you want to do digital, there's lots of good online sources. That's supposed to help against them. I think I was hearing a little bit about there's like a toothpaste without like a certain ingredient in it that's supposed to help. Maybe it's worth doing. Right now I just have like a little paste of like baby toothing uh uh gel, I guess that numbs my lip. Smoke tree. Isn't that a thing? There's like certain trees that people like to chew on and they like numb your mouth. I see. And don't. Not even if it's sure if it's causation or correlation though. I see. Hey, Itsoma. And also thank you for following. I don't know how to say your name though. I attempted to do try digital with a cheap non-display tablet. I think my thoughts were, and it's not like a do this, but my thoughts were if you want to get into art and you want to get into like digital art and you've never drawn before, I'm like, yeah, maybe go with like a non-display tablet. But if you're trying to like transition from traditional to digital, you might find it easier to get a display. That's my 2 cents. I do agree though. I've told people who weren't artists but wanted to start art to just get a non-display and just get used to that, because that's like probably an ideal way of working. You just started about 1.5 years ago. I see. Anti toothache tree. Your friend hugs trees. Yeah. Something fun. Not bad. Just learning all the tools and layers is daunting at the time. Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah. Yep. However, I did used to like lean up into my like monitor. That won't work. I see. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like I don't know if I think that'd be good form. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobo. I Are you having a rough time? Um, it's pretty good. Having a good day. I started streaming a little late, but that's okay. I'm hoping to finish this picture, so that'd be good. But yeah, not too bad. How are you? Oh, you finished coloring the Tabulicious line art? Didn't you have other line art you could draw? Or is that what you mean? You don't know when you're going to actually draw? I'm good just drawing. Watching. Nice. Thank you. I'm kind of focusing on doing more art so you can improve now. Oh, good. Hey, Black Flames, good to see you. Computer just crashed and I thought I lost. Oh, you have a backup? Oh, get some commission so you can be good. I understand that. Eating can be good. I do. Oh, by the way, why? Because we are sponsored by DeviantArt right now. So that's cool. I'm a part of their collective. There. Yeah. Never know what eyes to do because you want to create your own style. I see. Well, just maybe sit there and experiment with it, you know? Try it a bunch of different ways until you find something that you identify with as a style. You had one once? No change, really? Yeah. Um, been a huge fan of this particular type of aesthetic, which this particular piece you're working on is fantastic example of. No, I don't think it's shallow. I mean, I like this kind of art too. Unless I'm also shallow, but I don't think so. I've always, I mean, I've always loved sexy art, you know? Like, I remember my mom bought, like, the cardboard, I don't know, it wasn't cardboard, but she bought, like, uh, oh my god, a physical copy of EverQuest, I guess, back in the day, and it came with, like, a 3D figurine, and then also, like, really cool art, you know? And it's just cool. It was cool to see. I remember her, like, thick blonde, like, top ponytail. She might have been bald. Like a lady on it. Anyway, it was pretty. Oddly sexy elves? I mean, I don't know. Um, you like manga books? I see. Oh, different shapes and outlines. Yeah. I'm gonna go look it up because I'm trying to remember now exactly what she looks like. I remember like maybe high, like split in the skirt on the sides. Side cut? Yeah. I'll put an image in stream chat of the figurine. It actually looks better than I in my brain it looked like. Elf quest. Oh, okay. Have bikini armor, but any gender can wear it. I think that that's a great idea. Um, thank you. It's Campy for following. Or miserable. uh, Mankini armor. Yep. Because you know what you're doing. mm. Well, I try. Not always, but I try. I don't really need to redo the lines, but I'm gonna do it. Not modesty, it's honesty. I didn't even get the notification I was live. I'm sorry. I'll usually try and post on Pixel Powder Puff on Twitter. And I've also been posting on DeviantArt and on my Discord that I'm live. I lied. I did. You don't know who Pixel Powder Puff is? Oh, there you go. Oh man, look at that handwriting though. My safe for work account. Cats. Who are you drawing? It's my commissioner's character. I think her name is Saya the Viridian Shade. Dogs. Shrimp. Birds. Yeah. It's always really cute when they like wrap their hands around their face. Thank you. Hello. Alright, can we do this in one line? No. I was like, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't good. There you go. That one I can live with. There we go. Pretty good. Pretty good line. uh, thank you, strawberry milk. Sippy sippy. Good idea. Nice. Thank you guys for following. Hang glide. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I can help. It's kind of funny. I don't think I realized. I mean, I kept being told my lines are clean, but I don't know. I feel like it was only this year I like was like, maybe my lines are clean. There was a time where they were not clean. It wasn't that long ago. I did do the double braids. Uh, this one's bigger. This is the bigger braid. Took you a while to realize. Yes. Pretty much I hear people say stuff and I'm like, they're just saying that. You dyed your hair today? What color? Well, thank you guys. As opposed to digital though, so you are on the paper struggle. I see. Um, are you doing these challenges or exercises? Like where you draw two lines and you ghost it a few times? And then you try your best to make those touch each other. There. And then you would draw another line and have it be parallel. In Cynic's stream, I won his line Olympics. I feel like it was a fluke though. It came down to like drawing challenges. Oh, because it was difficult. There were ones where they're like, all right, you got 3 lines and you gotta do a spiral and touch all of them. See? No, no good. Bad curve. I'm using up arm. You never believe. I try. I try and believe in the people that say they believe in me. Even there, I didn't say believe. I just said that they say they do. Oh. He's making us draw still life. Copy your motions when you're drawing tangent. Oh yeah? I mean, I don't know how... I think still lifes are good. They are relying on like a different skill set though, I think. Like, I don't know, what is it, Betty Edwards? She has that book about drawing with like your left and right side of the brain. I feel like there's a lot that, I don't know, I think is kind of true in that, you know? Like, I don't think I'm very good at relying on my left side or that like intuitive side of my brain. So drawing what I see is pretty difficult. I mean, if I practiced it more, I could probably learn how to do it better, but I think it's probably good to have like, you know, a good balance of both. Pixie would vote doubt on her on stream predictions. It's probably true. Somebody lost savings. I know. I was surprised you believed in me too, and then I let you. And then I let you down. I'm sorry. Do I practice most days? Not really. I really just work on like commissions or pictures. And then I'll do a practice if something didn't make sense to me. But for the most part, I don't practice enough. I really should. I should practice. Maybe I'll make an effort out of it because it's something that I would like to do. I just don't do. I rely on the middle, uh big right between the two hemispheres. Rely on intuitive a lot without practical skill. I mean, the things that are good exercises for the intuitive mind is say you have like what? A drawing of a complex drawing like of Spider-Man or something, right? All crazy with his pose. Wow. Such Spider-Man. Right? Bad drawing. But you would take that and they're like, all right, now we want you to do that again. Or we don't even want you to do it. You could just take a picture, you know, flip it upside down. Now draw it. And now you're gonna notice whether or not you're trying to fabricate information or if you're allowing yourself to just intuitively draw what you see, right? That's really hard. So I'm always like, all right, there's a barrel here, so I draw that like shape versus just drawing the lines as they look and measuring with your eyes the distances between other lines, you know? It's a good practice. One I should do more. Anyway. Oh, I see. Should have gone with my gut as an artist. You said you love that my shirt says obey. Artists that do, sorry. I missed this. Artists that do ultra realism, especially with the paint and brush, are incredible. Yeah, it's really good. It's, for me, it's not my cup of tea. Because I really enjoy like more stylized work. But yes, it's very skilled. And you don't usually believe in me, however. It was the one time you're like, hey, maybe this is the one time she does it. I know, and I let you down. It's what you get, right? You hate it? You're doing it with the pencil? Yeah, or you're like, ah, yeah, so, okay. And then you draw those little lines. I've never actually done that before, but I feel like it'd be fun. Hey, Youngie. Honestly, when I draw, like, relying on that side of my brain, I'm like, can I even draw? And I actually feel that way. I'm like, did I ever learn how to do this? I don't know. I can't. I'm not able to do it, so it's like some true struggle. Trying to deconstruct and reconstruct. Well, so the thing is, it's important to understand both, but when you're deconstructing and reconstructing, what you're doing there is you're simplifying what you see, and that's not what you're supposed to be doing in like that kind of study. You got to do both. Just you got to know what one you're studying and when, right? You got to learn to like try and flip between the different modes of thinking, I guess. Also, Mythos, yes, that is EverQuest. That's a figurine my mom had back in the day. When we were talking about like and sexy art, I was like, I always have. My opinion, we also focus on the shapes and forms rather than the subject matter when you flip things upside down. I think it helps your brain not immediately recognize what it's looking at. Also, hey Calvin, good to see you. As Pixie says, takes a lot of skill, no doubt, but I'll stick camera for my own eyes. Been a bit. It has been a bit. I hope you've been doing well. Almost like a psychoanalysis blended with art, which is you never thought about, but you like it. Sorry, what was? I must have like been blabbering away about something. I feel like I missed that, but that sounds fun. That was a good imitation of the measuring out the thing. Yeah, I've seen people do it. I've just never actually done it. Yeah, it is for intuitive. Like you're like at a distance and you're like, okay, well my camera from my distance is like to here on my pen. So then I would draw that down. Yeah, my mom played EverQuest when I was little. But my mom is a bigger gamer girl than I am and ever have been. a quarter. One of these days it's gonna flip heads and she's gonna finish it. The thing is, that book I'm talking about, the one about drawing with your left side of the brain, that person's principle is that everybody can draw. It's just kind of focusing on that different mindset. And you might not be able to draw well unless you practice it, but you can draw and people would be able to recognize what you're drawing. It's like something I was thinking about, like maybe Leonardo da Vinci or just other people, like cooks, maybe doctors back in the day, you know, they would sit down and have to draw things, right? Like they would draw some anatomy, and it might have not been like it might have not had been a drawing with like proper perspective, but they were able to recreate things and people and communicate with it, you know? So it's like another form of communication that I don't think we utilize as much as we could today. Hit that down, sexy art talk. Yeah, the ultra realism certainly is an incredible technical skill. I guess it's extreme purism and simply recreating that one sees literally. Less about the subject, almost like a computer. Yeah, because it's like, that's a thing that, oh, also, sorry about the shrimp can. There you go. I mean, that's another thing that they do with like those ultra realistic drawings is like, you'll make a grid, you know, and you'll go through the picture and recreate what you see, and you'll like draw parts of like the picture in the grids, and then you have like the exact measurement of it. The swirly thing, yeah, not easy. Pixie's mom had it going on. I mean, yeah. Pick up to the gamer moms. Did you feel old hearing that? I'm sorry. I'm also way behind on y'all talking. My mom does draw too. Oh, my mom was an artist when I was growing up. She can draw some mean horses. Sure, OW. For drawing with my hands, old school baby. Yeah, Chef Gusteau, everyone can draw. Yeah, pretty much. Barbara's gotta study anatomy too. And haven't heard anything up until now. I'm sorry. My granny showed hers and her granddad's sketchbooks. Oh, that's really cool. Were they barbers? Is that what you're saying? I see. But the redrawing, I can redraw, not paint or draw. And describing the different ways to imagine how a person may think about what you're drawing. Oh, and the interpretation can be can have so many perspectives. Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure exactly how to say your name. I don't know how to say it. Molcler. Piano, maybe? Drawing something that you are not looking at is difficult and needs technical skills. You can construct your own stuff real. Well, thank you. Playing video games and trying to type. What are you playing? Oh, molecular? There you go. Is that it? Is the only image I can draw without reference. Oh, Pokemon Unite, I see. Well, they'll get your penalty points or whatever. I'm really jealous of people who can look at a reference and interpret it in their own style. Yeah. And I mean, that does, I think, just come with somebody who's skilled in general, right? Because they are going through the process of like, all right, well, these are the things that make this look like what it is, and now I can adjust it, right? Oh. Chemistry joke. That's the skill set you're trying to develop. Yeah, experience from drawing the thing so much already. Yeah, and knowing where they are if they're not in view. It all takes time and practice. But yeah, it's like something I even think about, say, when I like was doing figure drawing or I guess gesture studies with MB, is I was trying to make sure I was focusing just on the gesture. And once I had the gesture, I could allow myself now to think about the other parts of the picture. Nobody got time for that. Chemistry. I know. I know. We should do it. I say that, but let's just make a date. Can you yell at me in DMs? Okay. Just figure drawing? Okay. Yeah, it needs to be done. Like I was enjoying it the other day when I did those like ab studies or whatever. I didn't think my study was very good, but I would like to be the artist that can like, you know, do studies and yeah, all just pretty much just be a person who does studies. Every Thursday sound? I mean, it doesn't sound too bad to me. Like I said, if I'm doing it on stream, we're gonna have homework. We're gonna have like an hour of study, and then we'll like review of homework from last Thursday. Okay. I like it's just gonna be like my deadest stream. No one's gonna show up because they're like, fuck homework. Professor Pixie. They'll fall behind then. I know. I mean, it would actually, I mean, it would be fun, I think. And having just like a week of like a dedicated short amount of time where you're like, well, this isn't very much time and I kind of wish I could do more, but then you don't. Because then you're yearning to improve, you know, and do more. That might be good. You want to have that yearning to draw more. People will show up. Don't mind me. All right, well, if it's actually something we would do, then maybe we should think of homework. I mean, also, I would have to like probably collect a bunch of pictures and make them safe to share on Twitch. Yearning for art. I don't actually find the studio fun. What do you mean? Yeah, no booba. Yeah. I mean, and in your scenario, I mean, yours is definitely more of like a proper tutoring, I guess, because I don't know. I mean, I guess you could teach yourself like anatomy stuff, or not anatomy, animation stuff on your own, but what I was thinking is like you and I both could technically do figure drawings by ourselves, but the class, the environment, you don't find it exciting at all. See, I think that that's an unfortunate thing because I do see the value in it, but I also don't like I don't really like when there are like parameters kind of set up and they don't like encourage that creative spirit. You know, you're not like, oh, I can't wait to draw a pear, you know? I don't know. Like maybe if your figure draw or your I don't know, you could say draw a still life of like a hand holding a cell phone or something, or like a girl smoking or something, you know, something that was maybe engaging. I mean, I get the fruits, I'm just saying. Turn oranges into booba. I was gonna say, wait, they have a nipple, right? And I'm like, no, wait, they're called like the navel of the orange. Ever since we got these handheld supercomputers, just amazing screens, distractions, has gone up into the stratosphere. Mm-hmm. Impaired looking fine. Appealing. Uh, it's nowhere right now, little bro. It'll maybe be somewhere. Oh, I say maybe. I need to commit to this. I just don't have a specific plan. How about that? It could even be a separate day. Like maybe I don't know, if I streamed an additional day. That's pretty funny. Roll up into the Discord. Unacceptable. Alright, 1,000,000 years dungeon. Lemon grab is so great, by the way. Thank you, Calvin. I try with the noses. Is your spirit fruit? He's an animal. Yeah. He's pretty great. Oh my god. I mean, he's a lemon. He's probably like a candy lemon. Sweet, drawing without distraction. And great storytelling. It's so good. I mean, I feel like it's known that it's like my favorite, right? This is known. title card, but how you evolved into it. Pinup specifically, I don't know exactly either. So this is before I drew any of the nudie stuff. But I think I don't know, there was like a part of me that like I went through a phase when I was an early artist where I thought like the only art that's like important is if it has like a lot of meaning. So you have to have like very impactful, meaningful pictures that are like very deep and insightful. And I feel like that was a bad take. So, but I would sit there and like really try and lean into that. Later, then I wanted to do concept art because I was like, all right, it's just art I can make. That's cool. And it doesn't have to be very meaningful. And from there, I think I just knew I enjoyed drawing ladies more. And I was a fan of like rockabilly pinup outfits and like that whole aesthetic. And I think that probably got me into pinups, maybe. I don't know. I could just be like conflating, making things up. I don't know. Hard to remember now. It's been a minute. Meaningful and impactful. I saw a few examples of your sci-fi phase. Yeah. That refer to those ages as the Dark Ages. I mean, and the thing is, the reason I went through that phase of thinking I needed to be like more insightful and creative is because I was drawing just like a bunch of like pretty characters. Like I can remember even now, it was like terrible composition, but there was like a tree branch. And I like drew, oh, it looked terrible. But I drew like a big ol' leopard lady. And I was very into anthro, not furry. Very much not furry at the time. I didn't know what furry was, but I was into anthro, like werewolf people. Anyway, so I drew like a leopard lady, and I can remember this because she had, you know, big bosoms. And that was just kind of a phase I was doing a lot of, but I feel like, I don't know, like it was like looked down upon, or I was like, oh, you're always drawing those monsters, aren't you? Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, then I went through that other phase. Then I went to concept art. You know, just the journeys of trying to understand the art. I don't know. Things together, those tattoos on IG. Oh, I'm sorry. Call me Bijou. I think that's one of the words that was disabled. It's I think it might have been in like the blacklist. We could adjust that, or potentially just disable the Streamlabs one. Sorry though. No. I liked your comment though. It's true. Hold on, let me read what Calvin said. Yeah, I was thinking like a course, women are sick. Let's draw them. But went from stoic men and edgy anime looking dudes to what you're doing now. So it was more just like a shift. It was dinosaurs and monsters. Yeah. Yep. It's the T word. You can't say that. We can adjust that though. You probably should have been more focused on the ladies. And Streamlabs. You're defeated now. Oh, I killed your spirit. You can. You can. I would say you can. I imagine that Automod would catch it anywho, which it already was, right? Yeah, I also like drawing edgy, creepy, dark art, I guess, too. Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of people shaming other people for wanting to draw things that they find inspiring. Like, it's not like, because it's like I've heard the whole like, oh, so you draw anime, and I don't see that anymore. But like growing up, it definitely got like, you know, pooed on a lot as like not really an art. One time thing, baby. That ship has sailed. There you go. Yeah, it definitely, it's one of those things where it's like stifles people's desires and interests. You don't need like gatekeeping with art, you know. Blame. Just everybody shouting tits. Very lame, yeah, I agree. Save. It wasn't a real error message, but we are saved now, thank you. Yeah. I mean, one thing to be like, yeah, I don't like what you're drawing, but you do you, fam. I think that that's okay to not like what you see, but to be like, that's fake art. Come on. I think that's lame. Stackwood. Both those got grabbed by the Automod. Absolutely put down for writing sci-fi and fantasy. Oh, they're naval. Hmm. I see. I don't know how to feel. They're popping off. Well, good. Ban them, yeah. I mean, and I still feel like I'm being like a devil's advocate, but it's like I do see the value in doing some art that you might not enjoy, right? Like, I do just want to draw like some booty, but you know, maybe if I did a study on an egg and like figured out like the shine and the shape, like shadows, right? Like maybe I could draw the booty better, you know? And unless you had those doors opened up to you, shown to you, maybe you wouldn't do them. So I think you gotta, I don't know. Just I don't think people should be closed-minded. Oh, yes. Your vagina eggs. An artist I like a lot had recommended to do like egg studies. Maybe peaches, not eggs. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more so of like the shadow and light studies. Work on your values, you know. Those are all important things. I feel like I can't really do it though with like pure thick line art. I don't know. Do studies. It's okay to be upset with them, but you know, there can be value in them. You know what to study, or if you know why you are studying the thing you're studying, right? I think I've heard something like, sorry, explaining why people burn out. Let me try and find this chart. Like, let's see. See if that comes up. Yeah. Okay. So it's the challenge level of any task, right? I can show y'all. Okay. Copying the image. I'm gonna just pull it up and we'll show you. Okay. All right. So over here it says challenges, right? So is it a low challenge or a high challenge? And then if your abilities, right? So your ability to do the thing, if it's low versus high. So what causes people to be in that like flow state and happy is it's a high challenge, and then they also have high abilities to actually do the stuff. Tell me where the arousal department is. Arousal is where you have like medium abilities, right? But high challenge. So it's challenging a bit for you, right? So you'd be alert and focused. And then if you have low abilities and it's a high challenge, you're gonna have the anxiety, you know, and the feel bads. I can't remember who this chart is by. I probably should if I'm gonna try and actually pull it up and such. Created by somebody. I don't know how to say his name. Paste it here. But it's something to think about. And I think if you follow like a chart like this, you shouldn't really experience burnout, right? Because you would just need to monitor like your abilities, right? Like, are you feeling bored? Then up the challenge, right? If your challenge is too high, like make the task an easier task, right? So I don't think you should experience burnout with the drawing itself. You might experience like burnout. I mean, you do, all right? You do experience burnout. But if you're trying to just do studies, I think you could probably make yourself like a list of things to do without like overwhelming yourself, right? This whole chart's about avoiding apathy, though. Don't want to be in apathy. Gotta give yourself something to be stressed about. And also, I feel like this chart is kind of cool because it's like having anxiety is not inherently bad, right? Because anxiety is letting you know that you have a low ability in this thing, right? Focus on anything when I am aroused. Best be a man thing. Your brain can be lazy. And it can tell you that you're sleepy to get you out of doing stuff for sure. Oh, for sure. And that's like, I mean, I told you guys the other day, I'm like, I don't trust my own brain because I will suddenly just feel terrible to like get out of doing something that might have just been a little bit anxiety provoking, you know, or a little stressful. But it could have been done. My brain noped out and like tried to not give me an option. Sorry, I'm still trying to read. Brain, yep. Well, unfortunately, the arousal why I like to move on. Honestly, it's just beautiful. I agree. Tits. Yeah, this is like perfect. And what you've been telling people, yeah. Girls are pretty. Everyone can. I mean, yeah. But I always got anxiety then. I mean, it could also just be that like you could think you have a low ability, right? So maybe you gotta work on your confidence. You know? I heard biologists say that anxiety is good. Well, and that's something I've heard is like, it's good that I'm stressed out and worry that my art's bad, right? Because it means that I have big goals like for my art, right? I expect my ability to be higher, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, anxiety is gonna be all produced product. Like the best work I do when you're exhausted and drawing on autopilot. Well, see then that could be more that intuitive brain. Just projecting on envy. But maybe you need to look at your confidence. Okay. People said I'm Hey, I will not deny that my perception of myself is probably skewed from what other people think. I do have big artwork stress. Yeah, for sure. Like, I think last year, like early last year and the year before that, I had a lot of like actual art stress where the challenge was high and I felt like my ability was like low in the task. You know, it was painful and difficult. Trick our brains to thinking we can do it. I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel good to do that. You know, it's really hard. But sometimes tricking yourself into doing things, it can work. Sometimes. I ain't a doctor. There we go. $7 months to feel good about your art. Yeah, Envy's insane. He's so good. Such a good artist. You feel about the same? I mean, you're also a great artist. I mean, the thing is, putting in 15 minutes is better than not doing it, right? 15 minutes. You could do 5 minutes. But just think about it. Try and engage with the task mentally versus like just physically doing the task. like try and solidify things to your mind when you study them. Take your mental notes. 15 minutes of shame. Open your mind's eye. Yeah, for sure. Not great, but motivator. You feel a sense of accomplishment. Aww. See, y'all are gonna go make me do that too. We'll talk. I'm a lot of talk. But no, I mean, I do think all these things are important. I would like to be better. Until recently, I figured you just go for it, putting it out there and hearing what people say about it was surprisingly therapeutic. That's awesome. I mean, what is that one phrase? Doubt killed more dreams than failure ever could. Right? Is that how that goes? I don't know. I might have butchered it, but it's something like that. Like, don't doubt yourself. Your new alarm sound is lemon grab. Butchered or not? Okay, good. Gout. Oh no. It's not mine. I don't know where it came from though. Sure we can find it. Lemon grab is a mood. Gout. Oh no. There you go. Thank you, Destacado. Yeah. It's a good quote, you know? I mean, it's good. I mean, and then, you know, it's never easy. That I was afraid I was just always tired. Tired and hungry. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, I don't know. I don't trust my tired and hungry, but that's probably bad. I usually give in to tired. Hunger is usually hidden by sadness for me. No, I give in to it, but the hunger... If I'm actually hungry, I just get sad. My mood goes down. I don't trust tired anywhere. Can't ignore the hunger though. Funny because I convert my sadness into hunger. I mean, maybe that's also how it happens. Like if I'm sad, then I'm hungry. Or then I have the craving. And then if I'm too hungry, then I'm sad. The vicious cycle. Give me pizza? I know, dude. Misty's pizza the other day looked so good. I know, comfort eating. Danger Town. Eat the pain away. Oh no. It's for her diet. Behavioral therapy for chat. That's funny. The prime follow hype. Hey. Instinctive running to the fridge when sad puts chain ball on like. Oh, thank you. You're so kind. Like I still didn't do it. Oh, my bean. Oh, Stagwood, you're right. It needs to be one because that's my favorite thing. My first car I named like LSP, I think. Yes. That's definitely gonna be turning into a one of them. Gold. Best. I also love green beans. One year, because I kept quoting that quote from LSP, my family bought me like a big ass fucking box of beans. And I was really drunk at the time, like, oh my god, you bought me beans, I'm so happy. They're crying. And my family is like, what is wrong with her? French fries and green beans, yep. I know, she's happy with her joke gift. I know, my family like actually was, I think, a little like confused. They're like, that was a joke. I mean, we could give you the beans if you actually want the beans, but that was a joke. I took those beans home though, I tell you what. Does it even mean Brad? Yeah, I can't do an LSP voice really. But we probably also need like an unlock lab. Oh yeah. Yeah, LSP is bum. Um, I am out of Diet Coke, so I will abandon you guys for a moment and get some Diet Coke. Okay? So BRB. BRB. Oh my god, I'm back. What are you guys doing? You're talking fashion? Watching the fish? Mm-hmm. Talking fashion. Um, okay. I was gonna say the kitty's not there, but we don't have kitty. Are y'all all taking Fusion on a date? Find them dinner? On a spiritual level? Did they do it recently? Oh, yeah, I see it. I'm wearing a dress. A little, like, t-shirt dress today. There's a sig. Please don't mess with the pen, sir. No, no, no. Sit. This song is On My Way Out by Getter, featuring Joji. Love the cat. He's a sweet boy. He's just... Ugh. He's really got... He really has one blue eye. His eyes are actually gold. Or, not gold, but like silvery. Open your eyes, bud. This is... Or, sorry, this is his good eye. He opens them. That's bad eye. It's bad because it's covered in blood vessels. Oh. Yeah, his Angie eye. Eyes here. Well, that's Alice. This is... This is his. And I thought about like what I should do for it. But I didn't know how to do it because his eyes were closed. Giving us the evil eye. You don't think you've ever seen Alice? She actually was in my room a little bit ago, but she wasn't on camera. How much for the neon lights? Which one are you talking about? Like the sign? It, that one or the blinking lights? I think the blinking lights were probably like maybe $25. I don't know. I can't 100% remember. I think they were a gift. On an eye before? Yeah, it's he has cat herpes. And so he got a cut on his eye, and I guess the blood vessels that come up and like heal and repair the eye, um, they didn't go back down, so it left like a permanent scar. Cat what? Sigmire, he has a bad eye. Oh, he has cat herpes. Yeah. He got it from his mom when he was born. So he has like some autoimmune troubles. Poor guy. Tackles are a mistake. It's something to do every day, yeah. It is Reader. Palm Reader. I can't remember how much that sign was. It was probably like 30 bucks, maybe 35. I got it at like a Halloween store, but I've seen that you can like buy them online somewhere. Like $100 something. I'm like, what? That's so expensive. I'm like so glad I did not spend that money. And it was the exact same quality. Like it was the same product. No, no, no. It's like the LED strips kind of. Like a little white base and the light. It's the fake stuff. It's like the bendy, like tube. Euronics right away. That's a pretty name. Yeah. Seems like it's a good choice. I always like the name Topaz too for a kitty. Um, oh, 8 this year? Um, I think Jet is 5, probably. Yeah, he's 5. Sig is probably now 5 as well. Alice is gonna be 10 this year. Oh, wow. That's a really pretty picture, Stackwood, of like the fabric. Yeah. Yeah. Sad. Last time I went to the vet, they were like, would you like to do the senior blood work for Alice? Because she's a senior now. There was just some art. It's good art. Please don't. He likes my like volume. Some of my volume controls are on this like ear cup, and he like keeps bonking it. Don't bonk. I can see my screen. I know. I'm trying to be patient with him. I know. Oh. Hey, that bend was no good. Oh yeah, the elbow. The elbow's sore today. Don't know why. There. Little pets. You're making me nervous though, bud. Don't scratch me, please. Hey, Misty. Yeah, he's feeling needy. Maybe not actually needy, because he ain't needing me. Yep, 1,000,000 years dungeon. Sick. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up those beans later. The cat dungeon. Oh, you've been here just lurking? Well, good to read you, right? You're here. Thank you for lurking. Oh, thank you, Zomber. She'll bite you if you stop. That's how I sometimes feel about, like, Alice. He's pretty cute. He's resting on me pretty hard with his little head. Jet will do that, actually. It'll bite you if you stop petting him. Or if he's feeling like a little fussy needy. Okay. You know, it just took me 2 hours to draw this back thing, this weapon. No big deal. It is Childish Gambino. Hey, Titanics. Please. I know. It's already been 2 hours. That's unfortunate. I would like to be... I would have liked to already have been done with the lines at this point. You know, it's one of those things that makes me feel less optimistic again. Yeah, and aren't you supposed to finish a picture today as well? Well, thanks. No, you're not to blame. It's just I have to change my expectations. She knew she wasn't joining today. I don't know. The last line I heard him say was like, elephants never forget. So, Dick didn't forget. That's the last one I heard. That I actually could remember, I guess. Welcome back. You're gonna lurk for 20 minutes intervals and do that time practice thing? Alright, well, good luck. Facepalm main. Hey, URW. Oh. The Fooly Cooly song? Oh, I don't know if I'll listen to it then. Nothing against Fooly Cooly, but I think it's from the new stuff. If I ever want to watch it, I don't want to hear it. Hey, Achi, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Hey, Pixie and Kitty. Hello. Thank you so much. He was snuggling more. Oh, oh. The headbutt. But thank you. Most watch tentatively as you draw hands. Oh, must. Yes. Two of the, or oh my god, three of the fingers are gonna have a glove tips on them. Sorry, I almost knocked him down. Thank you, also. But yeah, I'm just gonna draw the outline. And we'll draw the inner parts of the finger after. It makes it interesting. We gotta make sure they look a little thicker. Did you just cough? I mean, I kind of like the idea of them wearing like little mitts. I don't have a tutorial in clothing. I actually am not super comfortable with it. Shoot. There's a name. I can't remember. Might have been Miko, maybe? Who was explaining what the points are called. But in clothing, you're supposed to think of like areas that would like cause a pull, I guess. So you'd want things to like droop from those 2 points, right? There's a name for it though, I just don't remember. But those are things to think about. I know, retro wave time. Okay, bye, Sig. I do love this song. Sometimes it, like, I don't know, it's a bit sad feeling, but I like it. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. Let me open my soda. Thank you for following. They choose sadly with a reference. It still looks like they're wearing a blob. Let me think. I'm trying to think of who I've seen had good references or explanations on it. Honestly, I'm struggling to think of it. I know though, I've seen good like drawing tutorials of it. Oh, they made a video recently? Okay, then I would try that. Let's see. Like, where am I looking? Tutorials. I know I've posted tutorials on it by other people. Let me see. I think important things is you definitely want it to feel worn and not like a staged outfit either. I found one, but it was just a study. Oh. The I don't know how to say the name. Etherington Brothers. They have some good ones. I will post them in stream chat if you're in the Discord, okay? These are two nice ones that like feel like show off wrinkles really well, but it's also like baggy button-up shirts. So not like that applicable to everything. Yeah. Here, kitty. Lick his butt. Trying to just outline all of this right now. I'll do body parts each day. I think that's probably a good idea. Honestly, that's probably what I should do. It's fire. Okay. I'll go a brush size down for the inner lines. No, maybe I'll stay at 12. Please. Honestly, I need to like make the sketch less visible. You love Oliver Tree? Yeah, me too. Pretty good. Also, Mental Break, thank you for following. I'm thinking the kind of study I want to do, like if I were to pick a study to do, like tomorrow or today, I guess, is I really do want to try and make like an expression sheet of my characters. Um, like I really want to be pushing my expressions more. How different illustrations are from realistic drawings. Does that mean? Um, I could do more of a caricature probably. I've I have practiced like drawing portraits and stuff. Like I did a self-portrait, but again, it leaned more like stylized, you know. But it's also like kind of a thing. I don't do commissions of real people because I just don't think I could do a very good job with it. And then also like if it was a caricature, I wouldn't want to like accentuate something maybe they would have an insecurity about. Do you draw my nose so big? Prettier than the person. Yeah, it's just something I've never felt comfortable doing. I have been like approached by people in the past to do it, and I was like, I'm sorry. Just that's the thing I do, and I don't want to do it on like your wedding picture or something as like a gift. It's too much pressure. I'm gonna say my my like playlist today, it's like all over the place. I'm like, these songs don't sound very related to me. Bad job, YouTube music. I really like Mike Snow. Oh my goodness, okay. That's probably good enough. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect. Thank you guys for following. Yeah, that looks good enough. Good enough. Okay. Oh, here's a hand. We'll save there. I actually think this doesn't look bad. And it does look like it's being pulled on in a good way. All right, new goal. Start shading today. It's finishing. Now I'm thinking about the highlights. Nope, that ship has sailed. Which would mean that we'd finish the flats. or mostly finish the flats and the lines. Probably have a background a little bit set up, even if it's just like sketched in. What is HMS? A certain smoke. I see you. Oh. I see. Her Majesty's ship, I see. I don't know if the thumb. Oh, let me see. I do agree there's something weird here, but I'm wondering if it's because, like, this part, we're not getting that. We can make it fatter. No, you're not sure? I mean, I think you're on to something. See. And we'll add more wrinkles so it doesn't look like that's like the first joint. Oh my gosh. My face itch. My like hair's like just tickling my face. Miserable. Hello. Yeah, I mean, I think what I can imagine with my hand is that this would work. Okay. Hey, Mega. Welcome back. You just finishing drawing the hand, really? Oh, do you mean like with the extension? I was thinking it's supposed to be like this, right? Tight grip. Okay. Well, that one's done. Alright. We're gonna attempt to avoid the yaoi hands a bit. Oops. But I do imagine that this hand is a little further back than that one. So it's gonna be a little bit smaller. Like, I probably need to make that bigger. It's way too much work. You're not used to digital art yet. Honestly, it's like, I think you just gotta use a layer when you need a layer. You know? Like, I don't really want to have to be worried about messing up those lines, so I made a different layer. You know? You're happy to code for a living. Save. You got it. I believe in you. It does take time, for sure. Oh my goodness. My hair. Thank you guys for following. I feel like I'm just losing my mind. And then my lip hurts. The angie. Been on point with every answer so far. Aww. That's how it works, right? It could. You might have just like not been able to see very well. That would kind of be funny, but unfortunate, right? Y'all don't have to feel bad. Let me see. Alright, gonna get a picture of my hand real quick. Yeah, that's a bad. Even a wooden hand model? That'd be nice. Also, my nails look tragic right now. Sorry, I'm still trying to just pose my hand in a way that I think is aesthetically pleasing. Kind of weird. Sometimes when I look at pictures of my own hand, it makes me feel like I'm like, that's not my hand. Okay. Hey, we're doing pretty good. Welcome. Beautiful, thank you. Those are your wooden dick pictures. I know, imposter hand syndrome. I'm like, ooh, I don't think that's my hand. Weird. It's just weird. Alright. I rest my phone on my stomach. Hello. I probably should resketch it based on the picture. I can definitely sit on one for a few minutes. Add a phone stand to my wish list. That's not a bad idea. No, not the size. The angle and such. Like, this is like one of those areas where my brain was wanting to like symbolize things versus like show what reality is like. And you can kind of see I had this like bump here. So red's a bad color. But you can see I was trying to do that. And generally, it's like that side of your hand's pretty straight. I mean, yes, there's like a little bump out here, but it's generally pretty straight. I mean, it's straighter on the front. I don't know. Or I guess like the protrusion is somewhere else and then the wrist. We'll have to adjust the hand. It's what this me something that I know, please. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me zoom out so I can actually see my hand. It's so hard to see my brush color right now. I like big hands, but that's because I have very big, long, gangly fingers and all that. So I like big hands. But I appreciate very cute and petite, tiny hands. Dangly fingies. No, thumbs are gross. See, I always feel like that's my like conclusion when I do like studies. I'm like, oh, that thing is weirder than it was in my brain. Right. Thumbs gross. Angles off. You like baby feet? Baby feet are cute, but also small feet. They're usually pretty cute. Not necessarily. I think it's probably whatever you want. I don't know the actual correct proportions. Yeah. This song always makes me think of like Rock Band. Hands should be no larger than the size of the face. I mean, I'm gonna look dumb and do the whole dumb thing, but like, my hand is like about the size of my face, you know? Either I got a small face, right, or big hands. This looks no good. Upset. You ate shrimp today? Were they good? Do I eat shrimp? Not for any specific reason. I just don't really like how shrimp tastes. I had crawfish for the first time though recently, and that was pretty good. I don't know this song. I'm gonna skip it because I want music that I know right now. Oh, you never have? It's pretty good. I didn't have like too much. Uh, but it was good. I was concerned it would be too much like shrimp for me to dislike it, but it was enough like crab that I liked it. Yeah, see this hand just like way too small to me. I mean, but it's going back, and that one's going forward, so I just need to get over it a little bit. Yeah, like, Okay. Leave it. Are more feminine than this way? Yeah, I think one of the earlier whips, it was looking a little too like she didn't look like the character. Well, that's probably as good as it's gonna get. Hey, coffee addict. Thank you. We could actually probably shrink that part to make it look more like it's going back, maybe, and then we can make it maybe a smidge bigger. Okay, we'll just go with it. I'm gonna go with it. Boot in my chair. Okay. Be sippy. Okay. Oh goodness. Even if chat falters. Well, thank you, Fusion. I appreciate that you always have my side when chat no longer believes in me. It's a dark time. I mean, I understand their doubt, but you know, it still hurts. Also, this next song is nothing like J-Key, so I'll be surprised. I mean, I am surprised. last time you did. Well, honestly, I'm kind of glad. I don't know. Originally, when I started streaming today, I was kind of like, do a prediction today. You know, I'm feeling like I could finish this picture, and then 3 hours into the stream, I'm like, I'm glad I didn't do that. Would have just lost more faith, or yeah, lost more people. Oh my gosh, lost even more faith from my chat. Well, I'm pretty sure I will not be finishing this today. My new goal is to get into to be able to start shading today. Blur, 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 blur. You know, talking's hard, especially when your lip hurts. Coffee gets things done. I don't. I just drink Diet Coke. I used to drink more coffee. I'd probably enjoy it. I have to get used to it again though. Coffee like amps me up and gives me like anxiety. No creatine. Oh. Call me Bijou. Look, this is Alice. Ah. Of the Pixie Powderpuff race, yes. See? Look how she looks so much like her little picture. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So angry. Oh, don't bite me. Oh, your nails are so sharp. I forgot I didn't trim you earlier. Please don't bite. No, I mean, she could be. I don't think she is, though. She is not pissed, but ow. But she has long nails. And whenever she's being sweet, she's also being mean. Like, watch. See? Y'all saw that. You're mean. Don't bite. She's sweet. Acid, what do you want? I'm holding your sister. Yeah, she's my jerk kitty. Oxy has a mane just like that. Oh, she's got the floof, and she's even shaved right now. Sig is jealous. So mean, and then I get licked. She's a tiny cat though. She's like 7 pounds. I've also heard that like her color variation, torties, they're mean, or they're known to be pretty mean. Yeah, this song. You're a butt munch. All right, that's enough. I just was showing the chat you. You're so mean. So mean. She's purring too. So mean. Here, you still Siggy spot? 70 pounds. Sorry, Sig, you lost your spot. In the same way, she shows her love with her teeth. I blame. She's my first cat, and I didn't really know that you weren't supposed to play with your pets, like with your hands, kind of like you do with dogs. Which you're not supposed to do, I guess, with dogs. But that's what I thought, right? And so now she's this little snapdragon, and she'll bite you. But it's just, I pretty much now know it's like, don't play with your cat with your hands. Because like Jet and Sig don't ever bite me. I till there was blood. So yeah, I've just seen I've seen it go well, and I've realized that it's not the way. We played with the hands, didn't know any better. Yeah, you don't. Snapdragon on your hand. Comp your hand. You still wouldn't one. Not actually the worst idea. Yeah, I'm played rougher. And that very well could just be the case. I'm thinking like kittens, you know? Like I don't there's no training Alice to not do that, you know? Other than I don't pet her. Other than she'll bite me, you know? Boxed him. I think I've heard that like female cats are kind of a little bit more sassy and aggressive than like male cats are. But then again, I've just never seen an aggressive male cat, really. But yeah, I love this song. It's jarring. You don't want it, because Alice will bite me in the face. Like, if she's like sitting here snuggling, she'd just go chomp and hold on. I was like, it scares you. It makes you frightened. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes like a little jolt of adrenaline like that, unless you do. You've been bit on the booba. No good. Your cat's turning 12 soon? Aww. Helps you know your place. Yeah. It's funny too, because like she's probably like I was like hoping you could see her from that way. She's like probably my most needy kitty. It's between her and Sig. But she's mean. Left out of nowhere. She's never bit your face, just your legs. Well, when she was a little kitten, like she'd just sit there and like attack my legs like a shark or something. Like she'd spiral around me and like her tail would be wagging and she'd be so angry and she'd just like come over and snap at me. And she'd lunge too. She'd jump up at you to try and bite you if you tried to put your legs up. A menace. A menace. Shows herself on my way. She doesn't attack them. They are her favorite place to sleep. Aww. This part keeps taking me a little bit. I think it's okay. Does Alice do that shit where she acts all coy like she wants to sniff your legs so your guards don't go up? Uh, Not exactly. I mean, she hasn't done that in a long time. Like, she doesn't smack my legs. Usually, she's just like walking around doing her own thing. It's just when I actually pay her attention that she's like, oh, I'm so happy you're paying me attention. Don't touch me. You know? Yeah. And then the purrs sounds like a cat. Well, and then see, like I said, none of my other cats are like that. It's just her. Hands off. But yeah, what's his name? Jackson Galaxy? He has talked a lot about that overstimulation, and she for sure is one of the cats like that. Yeah, that's probably Alice. As an adult. As a kitten, not so much. As a kitten, she was just aggro. A little frustrated outburst. Yeah. If you can handle the craziness right now. Yeah, kittens can be like a lot. Zoom out. There you go. Currently have like the colors turned down. While we were working on the hands. I hope that hand's fine. In my brain, I think it's fine. Regardless, perspective, it's away from us. If we're like looking up at her, this one is also coming towards us. It makes sense. It should be smaller. I'm just gonna get over it. Scale walls and wake us up at 4 a.m. religiously. Oh, when they do like the like Victim always looks weird. I think it's fine. It just like when I compared it to the hand up here, it was jarring to me that it was just so much smaller. It's supposed to be smaller if there is perspective, but I wasn't sure if it was like if the arms were like this, like on like the same level, or if they were like this, right? And I'm pretty sure I would want it to be far away. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I think it's fine. Yeah. I just want to feel sad right now vibe. I don't know if it's always sad, but it's my emotional music. Emotional over the hand. This is Joji. It's his song. Ew. Raining outside the bar. Oh. It's a mood. Um, y'all were talking about fashion earlier. Y'all should help me. Don't know what this is. Psychedelic porn crumpets? I'll give it a try. I might not like it. I don't know if I like it. I mean, I kind of like it. Oh, what I was gonna say is y'all should help me think of an outfit for my slime boy. Let me pull it up. Do. Yeah. If you have ideas, he's supposed to kind of be like a gang in a gang. He's not a mean guy, he's just kind of like hanging out with the wrong people. He's flamboyant or more laid back. I mean, he's probably a little bit flamboyant because that's what I like. I actually noticed something though. His head is too small, so we're gonna make the body smaller. I mean, he has a pompadour. It's probably gonna be leather pants. Like a gang of bandits? More like the latter. I was thinking like, I guess, mafia vibes. Yeah. Should go with his own. The reason I'm still struggling with it is like, well, first off, I don't want to cover up the chest, you know, because he's a slime, and I feel like that's some aesthetic you gotta show off. But maybe it is down to just like, looking up pictures of like, I don't know, probably a suit of some sort. I don't know. All this jelly. Yeah. Yeah. A v-neck. I mean, the thing is in my brain, and it's like, I just wanted to put him in like a vest like this. But you know, I probably shouldn't do that. Tyler Durden aesthetic. I can see that. I can see that. I definitely could see that. Oh, look up. Yeah, because he kind of does the whole like, yeah, low pants, no shirt. Okay, okay, I see it. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea, Youngie. Just give him weapon holsters, no shirt. Well, my idea also was that he keeps his weapons inside of his body. Fishnet? Yeah, but he's made out of slime, so I was thinking like the slime's gonna probably be like pooling out, like oozing. It's actually a mutation. I do have just one dimple. This one? Is it, you said it's a mutation? Yeah, no dimple under here. I have this, this. It's a lot of detail, yeah. Oh, the holsters are empty. I like it. Okay, okay, okay. Let's write that down. We'll say Tyler. Empty holsters. Overstream smiling face for no reason behind my monitor. His body is the weapon. Well, I think that's a part of like why he is in this mafia group. Is like he's impervious, or is that the right word? He's not killed. How about that? He might get killed if you like kill like the eyeball or whatever in the slime. That would be funny. No, just playing. Oh, do you have one? I don't know if it's a dimple. You can't see it. Under my nose ring, I have like a line. My smile. Under my nose. My nose. I'm an artist, y'all. Okay. Anyway, there's like a line dimple under my nose. I don't think it's a dimple though, because it's not like a fatty deposit or anything. It's just like the way it wrinkles, I guess. A quirk. top. Or like a matchstick he fiddles with or something. Well, my thoughts were he probably he's not gonna have the sword inside him, but I imagine he probably has like a butterfly knife. Right? Like butterfly knife. He used to make fun of her. Oh. Impervious was right? Okay. Oh, good. Mm-hmm. Maybe he has like a like bolt cutters or something hidden in his leg. Right? No? Just me? I kind of like the idea, like of like storing a wrench or some type of like bolt cutter in there. I'd say so. I mean that's a good point, Mega Explosion Man. That's a good point. Okay, then you're right. Can he heat up his own slime? Acid slime? Not like always acidic, but I imagine that it's a little corrosive. So over like a duration, it probably starts to break things down, you know. Um, and I'm sure like it could be an accelerated thing, like it's just a normal thing he can do, but he usually isn't always trying to be corrosive. I imagine. Anyway, something to think about while I finish the other lines. To represent his different power. I mean, I like it. I was thinking he'll just change colors. Like his default slime is blue. Red is meltingish. Are you kind of saying like if it was like a thing inside of his body? Coat them in slime and make them like microblades of sorts? That's a cool idea. I'm not sure how cool he's supposed to be either. Definitely have him changing colors. Yeah. I'm excited. I need to finish him because I do like him a lot. And I feel like it'd be fun to have like a boy character to draw. He'll be a loser. No, not a loser, just like I think the thing is he's not like he's like in like I said, he's in a mafia, but he's like not really that bad of a guy. Just maybe like the people he grew up with. Or at least pretend to. Yeah, I mean leaning that direction for sure. I mean, it's like I imagine he's kind of like immature, uh, but like you know, like he probably would walk like an old lady across the street or something, you know? Also, I don't like this song. None of this music is like the song I wanted you to make a radio station about. That be said. Shame on you. YouTube music. Why slime? Uh, no real reason. No real reason. Just trying to think of something fun. It's begging you to not stop. Don't stop. Or, hey guys, a mobster turned housewife. That's funny. You're on the right track. And then also, he would be a good practice for studies. You know, if I'm trying to draw like a translucent material. They are underrepresented. Person gets it. With a slime guy. Oh. No, not a singer. I would have to think though what he would moonlight as or what he would do on the side. I know, right? Sad. A slime bartender. I like it. I like it. Tongue head. Serving up slimy drinks. I like it. You just like get your like nice cup of like whiskey or something. There's just like a little bit of like blue slime on it. Jelly shots. It's not what you guys like. He tricks people into thinking it's like raspberry flavored or something. Fills up the glass. Butterfingers. They all drop their glasses. That's funny. That's pretty nasty. I like it. I like it. Good amount of nasty. Enough to make you think and be like, I don't know if I like that. Possess people via osmosis? No, no, it's a slime boy. I have enough female characters right now. If I want to draw one of them, I'll just draw them with him. Call her Raspberry. Oh, but that's a good name though. It make you question being there. And definitely would with slimy shots. I mean, probably. His name's probably gonna be Russ. Or Rusty. Is it a nickname? No, it's Ice Cubes. Gross, did you? Fellas drawing fellas. He is a little corrosive. Like, you probably shouldn't eat the slime. Yeah, yeah. They're just commenting on the pompadour. I mean, and also, you know, if they're a slime, you can probably change form. So it's like, if they wanted to look like a girl, they probably could. Wouldn't people die from touching him, though? No. So that's kind of what I was saying, is it's like, the corrosiveness is probably like a digestion process, and I imagine that it's something he can control. Like, there's no, like, he could say, eat something, and like, num num num, I ate a sandwich. But there's no reason for him to chew it, because he could just, like, boop, push it into his face, and then digest it if you would like to, I imagine. Not the same as a slime girl, but fair point. I mean, that's at least what I thought about it when I was making him. Turn into a peepoo. Peepoo poo if he wants to. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. The thing, so a part of like his characteristic is he like stores his weapons and such inside his own slime. Um if you're like, hey, give me a knife, you get like a slippery, slimy knife. I have an idea. So it's probably not a good idea, but like I was thinking his shirt could have like maybe like low cuts in it, so he could like slip his hands in, you know? Comes jam constantly. Yeah. I'm sorry. Mm. Ingested the slime he sends to. Oh, hold on, hon. If you ingested the slime he could send into a target's vital organs, nobody would be the wiser when someone gets taken out. Yeah. And it's like, who knows? Maybe the slime is all still a part of like the main slime, you know? Maybe it slowly like scoots closer to him. That's cute. Well, and that's the thing is like, if he here. So another thing about him is these eyes aren't like his actual eyes. It's just something he does to look, you know, normal and like a human. But this is his actual eyeball, you know, an eye like floats through his body. Um so this mouth probably doesn't eat, really. You know, it's just there for the facade, the look. You see that's dark AF. What do you mean it's dark? Cute. And broken off pieces could still be controlled by him. Yeah. Look how Jolly Pixie is. I like that character. He's my slime boy. Enjoy the design. Yeah, I think I like it. And it's like maybe if you guys are super intimate, he'll let you hold his slime eye. You know? Maybe he just pulls it out, lets you hold it for a moment, give a little squish. You dig it? She's jelly that I'm changing. Oh. Is that the guy from Hunter x Hunter? I don't know what that is. You don't glow like this over Booba? It's true. Yeah, it's not a happy place. He is the eye. I like it. Became one with the slime. uh, it's true. Context is important, especially for a sentence like that. Light emissions lid. I'm on fire. What the? Could eat grass. Glass. Yeah, probably. If he thought it was a better haircut. This is Jakey, the song of South Dakota. It's great. Don't eat glass because it's bad for your teeth. Only for important people. You're welcome. I love Jakey's music. But yeah, I don't know. I want to do like more mundane things with my characters and show off their personalities. For mundane things. I mean, I can imagine, and I've tried to draw before and I wasn't able to do it, but I want to draw like say Rex and like on her like local bus picking up groceries for her restaurant, you know, being angry and upset. More complicated than it sounds. Climbing is dangerous, yeah. Often do your other OCs hire us? Uh, well, so loosely, right? There's an idea that Rex is dating a not so nice guy, and maybe he is in this mafia that Russ is a part of. So they know him. But yeah. And I mean, yes, Rex's mom does know uh this whole group, right? We want the conversation going about man slime. I'm sorry. Mafioso. Uh-huh. Rex walks on the wild side. I don't think she wants to though, but it's just where she is right now. Rex has her own problems. Is the mafia leader? Graphic novel win. Daps up Vinny every time the mod comes around. Yes. Pretty much. We've like talked about that, like Rex and Jack like going. Vinny's the name of one of the guys at the like at the place where they go. I don't know what it would be. What it would be. Yeah, Vinny's the bouncer. At the hideout. Yeah, Vinny's one of the muscles. And I imagine then, so Russ would probably be like beside Vinny, or like maybe a little further in. I don't know, somewhere around there. You don't keep. I imagine you don't keep Russ into things that are overly important unless you like have a very specific task for him. Are you making a comment about this? So Envy and I have tried. Big dude with nice moms. Where your mom's at, right? You're gonna have to now draw Jack saying that. Yeah, we need to continue. We're gonna have to rehaul everything we already drew. Yeah, it would be fun, I imagine. Mostly just stuff in our heads at the moment. Ready for the sub? Fine, say hi to chat. Gotta finish the comment we got, and then we can do more stuff like this. Yeah, you're right. You're right. A part of it is this comic would probably be, you know, a little 18 plus. Yeah, not for Twitch. Boo, yeah. But, you know, maybe some stuff would be. Why not? Use your imagination. When a chill stream Pixie survive the hand. Maybe, we're still not done. It's taken me 4 hours. Oh my word. If Bambi and Pixie have their way, yeah. I do think, though, at least my thoughts on our strips, I guess, the comic, is we would probably have like highlights, and like each part would be about like maybe a different character existing out there in the world. But I feel like that you guys know the Anakin and Padme meme? I saw one saying like, I want to find it. Give me a second. Meme. Dude. Well, I'm not seeing it, so that's unfortunate. So the meme was like, I want to make a comic. And they're like, oh, great. Do you have like a plot? And then it's like, right? You have more than just like a little like slice of life of your characters interacting with each other. You actually have like a story, right? And then you don't. And that's how I feel. Yeah. The idea is ours, right? Yeah. My thoughts are, it's like if you could like stitch a bunch of these things together, maybe you'd eventually have something that would look like a story. So those are so cute. Oh my god. Why does it have to have a full story? It doesn't. But I'm just trying to think of what would keep people engaged, I guess, or want to see more. You know, like it would probably at least need like, so this chapter, or like this little story, right? It's like about I don't know, one of the characters learning something or doing something. It's like maybe if it's at least that, that would be enjoyable. Simple, there's lots of nudity. Ah, yes. It's true. You already know the spoilers. At least you're on the fingers. I know. Oh god. It's not the worst, but it's not good. We have not done great. But we've had fun combo. That's important. Oh, on the last finger. Yeah. Sometimes you make 6 and 7. They ain't tentacles, that's true. Actually, a different version of like a picture I was working on with this character in it had a lot of tentacles in it. Blooming. The picture is now in the void somewhere. Uh, Thank you. How long can this username be? Thanks for hanging out. Glad you liked it. White Seeker. This is a song that reminds me of Pink Guy still. Pass me a Diet Coke. Here, here's a Diet Coke. I'm gonna sippy sip though. Okay. Okay, we did it. We're done. Good job. Good job, team. We'll worry about like the patterns and the blade later. Thank you, Stagwood. Thank you. I'm glad we did it. What happened? How did I lose this line? Oh god. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, thank god, it's a mask. No, it's not. What a pain. You blame Rust? Yeah, me too. Alright, I can live with that. Visible confusion. They do. I am not one of the cool kids. I missed your message. They don't have a pixie tea? Oh my god. Oh, you just bought a pixie tea. Oh my goodness, and pink. Thank you so much. I did miss your message. Thank you so much. So yes, then you guys aren't as cool as Call Me Bijou. You know, sorry to say it. Unless you have one. I mean, Bijou and Fusion. They're some cool kids. Captain Tornado Shanks, I saw it. It was cool. The blaring alarm. You ain't liking this? Not my favorite. Oh, Skipu Skipu. Fusion is too cool. Time to slob my way into being cool. It gives you frostbite. Makes me think of Young Gravy, where he talks about like see a little snowman dancing on your wrist or something. Thank you again. I really appreciate you buying a shirt. Hope you like it. A full back tattoo of me. Oh my. Well, I mean, if you actually did, I would like a picture. Yeah, post it. You won't. In December. Oh my god. Alrighty. Alright, we did it. Stickers next. Thank you. Actually, I do want to do stickers. I just have to think of, I have to go find a good picture for it. But it is something I would like to do. Aren't most women? Aww. You forgot about the practice. Backseat character creation. Honestly, that's something I really have wanted to do with chat. Is just design characters with you guys. But then I don't want to keep the character. I was like, maybe I can sell it off to somebody. People can buy the the love children between me and Twitch chat. Hair shader done. Nice. Your idea is good. Not even sure you like it. Oh. All the slime children. Poor slime children. Probably have family troubles. Slime children. Also, she looks kind of concerning without like the teeth being colored in. But like Rushzilla, he kind of, I mean, kind of. He designs characters, right, with chat. They're usually like sexy monstrosities of some sort. You didn't realize each color blend was a separate layer. Yeah. How I do. So you do waifus? Yep. I say monsters just because like one of the last one was like the Jar Jar Bink race. I actually watch you draw. And then set up adopt auctions. Yeah, I think that's a fun idea. Maybe I should try and do it. But I've never done an adoptable, so I don't know, maybe I should look into that first. Also, Photoshop is thugging right now. So let me close it and open it again. Boop, 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 boop. Gungan. It could be cute. I've had ideas for adoptables before. Oh my god. Okay. I like about panicked. My heart sunk for a moment. But it's fine. I sure hope. Alright. I'll say, y'all couldn't see it, but all that happened is I loaded up an old version of this picture, and then I got scared. I'm like, did I just lose everything? But it's fine. Just a little fake panic. Oh, goodness. Oh, you look so tedious. It's not bad, though. I mean, it is tedious, but it's like, you know when you're done, you know? And that's always nice, for me at least. I like a definitive finish and start. That didn't make a lot of sense. I'm not too sure about these fingies, but I'm gonna color them in for now and just look the other way for a moment. I might come back to this when I'm not streaming and I can think better, maybe. Just these two that I'm not sure about. Like, they don't have a lot of, like, nice shape. Like, this song is nothing like this song. I just... okay. I'm glad. I enjoyed this spot probably a lot. Like the little color variation I have going on there. It's cute. Okay. For the weapon. Sippy sippy. Okay. My lip hurts. Okay. That actually worked pretty well, the selection. And then just expanding it like twice. Too shabby. Yes, we do have to do our tats. I might not do that today. But yes, I do have to do that. Thank you for the reminder. Kind of forgot. A big oof. See, that's something I think about when I think about giving Ramona a tattoo. I actually did. I made a dot brush and a, like, this dot brush. And it actually wasn't the worst. Just lots of smooth, flowy lines. And then she has, like, kind of like woodsy color variations in her skin that we have to add to. It should make it easier. I actually don't think I have the brush anymore, but I know what I did to make the brush. I might have even saved a file of, like, the shape of the brush in the character folder. I can't remember though. Thank you. Merging layers. What do I need to do? To apply the mask. Line 3. Oh. The Joji too sad. Pretty sad song. Over this side. One more. Oh. Great. Gotta find a blue. I guess I could always just look up other pictures of like some environment or something, some sky. Hmm. Um, let me BRB 1 sec, okay? B. Sorry about that. I am back. Ugh. On TV with the shrimp. It's a good song. Let me switch over. Mm. I feel like Sig's looks weird. I'm gonna just leave it though. Oh, you have a DoorDash ice cream pole? Did I miss that too? Oh. Oh, I see. You're about to buy some cookies? I just made cookies a little bit ago. The guy that drives. Starbucks or Dunkin'? Depends. I kind of like either. Either. Ugh. Sorry. I just had a small amount of frustration. And I'm like, yeah, I still have to draw. Alright, time for a list. Alright, adjust. Smaller font. Adjust. Up. And. Okay. I'm using a tablet right now. Finish. Finish elbow pad. Add runes. Um, I'll touch who's wrong. What else? Shadow. One and two, and then highlight. And then, oh no, then you gotta. I think my friends have, actually, though. And I've eaten it before. It was good. Last thing, color lines. All right, and draw clouds. Add this border. Okay, that's all we gotta do, right? Easy. It's helpful At least for me to know that I won't forget if I have a list. Trying to think of what color I should make the sky. Like if I should just go with blue. I'll just go with blue, I guess. To scratch things off. Thank you, Disney Kawa, for following. Thank you. Welcome. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, if y'all don't know who that is, I should make sure to go follow Kawa. I was like double checking, like, that's who I think it is, right? Yeah, you guys should make sure to go check them out. They're also one of the DeviantArt Collective members. So, you know, gotta represent. But yeah, thank you for following and stopping by. Bring out the tap vodka. Let's see. Oh goodness, this is a big brush. Didn't want to work. There we go. Oh, I love this song. Nobody's heard it before. Too saturated. We'll have to adjust the colors, you know. But this about the colors I'd like. I mean on the character also. Oh goodness, am I gonna go for a realistic lighting? Hmm. Decisions. Hmm. I know, decisions. The hard decision. Can ask Siri to do the phone flip. No. I think I just have to decide. I'm just trying to also to decide where I would like the lighting. Okay. Like we could attempt to just do something simple like that, right? And that would probably be the smartest choice for me. And it would probably look the best with cell shading versus going overly realistic, I think. Yeah. I know, but well, this would probably all be in shadow then. Well, that's also what I was thinking. But I'm also not sure. Like, I imagine I want to make it not too difficult, right? If I did it behind, then the shading wouldn't, it would just be a rim light, right? Which might be fine in, say, a painting. Could maybe work with this, I don't know. Maybe. We'll not throw that idea out. Because, like, if we were to go something like that. Like, that could kind of be cool. Right. It's advanced. Where's my little chart? My little chart, I would, in my stream chat, in the stream chat, I would rank myself in, worried. Probably somewhere in, like, worried. Sad and stressed, yep. That would be it. No, 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 no. Non-artist flip with the sword. It's nice to hear. The thing is, I do know the finished result is going to be the cell shaded. So where is it? Which screens? I'll do this. We're going to want it to be able to work with, like, we're going to want it to work with this render, right? So we can't get too crazy. We can get a little crazy, just not too crazy. I know, I'm already too aware of everything I don't know. The thing is, I don't dislike this. I kind of like it, you know? Is that a third cat? No? I mean, I do have three cats. It's one of them. That's Sigmire. He looks less orange right now, for some reason. I got these cats. Yeah, actually, if you go to my DeviantArt profile, that's like probably one of the best places to see like a portfolio of art. I have like a bunch of like random assortments of art over on Twitter. The lighting is a bit different. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I do like this. I just don't know. Yeah, he's desaturated for some reason. The last song was good. I didn't want. I mean, I switched over to the album of one of them. Um, yeah. Ooey. I think I'm gonna go simple because there's still a lot to do on this picture. I could do the lighting side. That could be interesting. Versus shadow. Only now took a minute to appreciate the whole piece, the whole. Your picture or this picture? I don't know. I like the way that lighting looks. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Tough decisions, man. I think if I'm doing it from like the lighting, is this the way? I need to make there more of it. The gradient. Yeah, it does have that vibe. And you know, maybe that would work better than having the blue background. It's doing purples and all that. I don't know. Okay, we'll just try again. Weird. It doesn't look like the same color, right? Familiar? Australian spiders. I'm gonna make it darker so I can actually see it. Hey, Art of Light, good to see you. Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling low energy on this right now, just because I can tell that there's like a lot more effort involved with this mentally. Figure out what I like. I was thinking I might end the stream here soon. You've been lurking here? Thanks for lurking. I don't know. I don't know. Well, thank you. How are you feeling? I'm feeling hungry. Hungry and my shoulder hurts. Um, I'm thinking I kind of want to try adding a highlight. Welcome back. Okay, so if I do this though, we can add highlight. Maybe. I think the color looks better. Go about it this way. Oh, no, 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 no. I was wrong. I don't know. Oh, phooey. I like that. That's what I like. Stomach. I'm glad. I don't know if that's a good thing. Oh, goodness. Discord. Yeah. I just don't know. Did not know. Uh, oh, you're gonna crush your keyboards with your face again? Have a good night, Mega Explosion Man. Thanks for hanging out. Trying to see. I do have a feedback channel. I don't know if I would want to pick anywhere else. Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry, I'm trying to decide who I want to go. Full raid. I think I'm done. My arms are starting to hurt. Everything's starting to give out. Thank you, Fusion, for gifting a sub to Streamlabs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. We'll see what I do Tuesday as far as like streaming this picture. Like hopefully I'll get some good progress. I said I wanted to finish this picture, but that did not happen. Thank you. Thank you also, Rico. Glad you like it. You'll be here for the raid. Thank you. Here, hold on. Let me find someone. Let's do this. This is a bigger, I would say they've been streaming longer than I have, but wait, are they not streaming? They are, okay. Go rate them. All right. Yeah, let me switch screens. Oh, I disappeared. I guess I'll let y'all see my face again. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out and watching. You're actually here for a Pixie raid? Yeah. Let me set it up. I'll be back Tuesday. and I'll keep you guys posted on what's happening for Thursday and Saturday, like if I'm going to be streaming on those days or if I'm going to try and stream a different day to make up for it. I'll let y'all know, okay? Thanks again for hanging out with me and for all your help and your ideas for Russ or Rusty. I'll have to start mocking up some ideas. Anyway, y'all take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you. I hope so too. I'm gonna go put my baby Orgel all over it. It is over. But yeah, I'll be back at least on Tuesday. Okay? I know this is gonna be weird. It's like gonna be the longest period of not streaming if I didn't stream at all. But I imagine I'm gonna try to. Alright, let's see. Like waiting for it to add more people, but it's not looking like it's gonna do it. We'll be ready. Going to step up and be first of all, thank you. Breaks are good for you. It'll be weird. Oh,